Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Uncle Bandit stream. Hope everyone's doing well and staying safe out there. I'm doing pretty alright today. I'm having a weird thing with my reactive image today. I don't really know what is going on. Like yesterday, it was sort of one way, and today now it's kind of different. I don't really know what's going on with it, but I'll figure it out. Probably, maybe. Speaking of probably, maybe, today we are continuing our playthrough of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney: Justice for All. I hope everyone is super pumped for that. So, without further ado, let us hop back into the video verse. Man, here we are, back again in the boots of Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Along with funny voices. Right, I gotta talk to this lady. That's why I stopped right here. Take that! Now we shall interrogate her. Holy cow. Why was Juan Corrida... Corrida? I swear I figured this out last stream. Why was Juan Corrida murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. On Guard's life in danger by your actions? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answer? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Corrida. You were not that close? That's right. I've never been good at being intimate with another person. You're not good at being intimate with another person. Somehow, I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that. That would be the... article? Take that! You and Mr. Corrida had an intimate relationship, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article? If you ever had half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into this story. As to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on her good side. In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. I see. However, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me? Need to get close to Mr. Corrida? As if there was ever such a need. Did you get close to Mr. Corrida for this person's sake? Alright, this person. Yeah, it would be her mentor. Manager. Yeah, mentor. Celeste Pax, your mentor. How do you know about Celeste? Oh. Miss Pax. She committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one knows why. Oh, she looks nervous. Right before her death, she was Juan Corrida's manager. So I believe you got close to Mr. Corrida so you could find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. Miss Andrews? There was no mystery surrounding her death. None. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Was there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved. Miss Pax's suicide note was never found. Was it? Was it? It looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Corrida. Juan? And Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. That is why you became intimate with Mr. Corrida. I have sat by quietly and listened to your insulting rambling long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor. However, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. That's the impression you like to give. However, I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. This is proof that Celeste Impacts was someone very special to you. Would it be this? Okay, I think, yeah, because this was the piece of evidence that we got from investigating, so it would have to be. Miss Andrews, you nearly went through with it too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember. However, that is all just a lie, a facade. You've always searched out the people on whom you can depend on. You were dependent on Miss Impacts, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Stop! When Celeste passed away so suddenly like that, I died a death of my own. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Mr. Corrida of hiding Miss Impacts' note. You heard about it and thought to recover it from him by getting close, am I right? Am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start this conversation on again? It was, why was the victim killed? Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with a reason to want Mr. Corrida dead. Me? Miss Impacts was everything to you. And then she died. And you would do anything to find out why she killed herself. Even commit murder. Murder? Oh, okay. Easy, easy, easy. Unlock successful. It's true. I'm a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small, and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I've pushed against all that, though. I've tried to live strongly. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth. Miss Andrews, this one thing. It's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. It was my secret. Mine and mine alone. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Please, Miss Andrews, all I want to know is the truth. After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note. And that someone was Juan Corrida. Celeste. Without her, I became scared. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. So you got close to Mr. Corrida to recover her suicide note, correct? Looks like that tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. And if they purposefully add fuel to the fire, they would keep the celebrity world burning. But as for the suicide note, I didn't and wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that's all. Well, that's enough for now. I still have work to do, so I understand. Oh, I have one small favor to ask. My attempted suicide. I would like for you to keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, if people found out about my weakness, I would sooner choose to die than live. Alright, I understand. We'll keep it a secret. Miss Andrews. I guess she's the overthinking type. She probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first. Thank you for your discretion. Mr. Nick? Can I ask you something? What is it? Miss Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back. That card? Yeah, I guess she has. Miss Andrews, what is that card you're holding? Huh? Oh, this. I don't quite know. It just suddenly appeared in my handbag. It's like a conch shell? Yeah, it's like a seashell. What is it? It looks like a seashell. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. Or not remembering something clearly. Sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. Well, I must be off. I leave Miss Rungard in your capable hands. So, that's interesting. Well, I think we've gathered about all we can. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Oh, Pearls. She looks so worn out by all this. She hasn't slept at all and has been walking all over the place with me today. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Let's go back to the office for a little while. You're really tired, right? Oh, no. I'm okay. Really? I'm fine, I really am. You don't look fine to me. Alright, let's get Pearls. We need to get Pearls a nap. So, what now? Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Miss Andrews has a motive. You mean Miss Impact's suicide note? That's right. She was also the one to discover the victim's body. Clever. Mr. Nick, the transceiver. Hello? Wright and Company Law Offices? Mr. Attorney, you're not answering a phone. Maya! Where's Maya? As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time. Phew. Which is why, I suppose, she is absolutely famished. What? So I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend. At any cost. Wouldn't you agree? Wait, Maya! Let me hear her. Very well. Ask my... Maya! Is that you? Sis. Ask my sis. Maya! Maya! He cut me off. Mystic Maya said, ask my sis, didn't she? Sis? What does she mean by that? Come on, Phoenix. You're a hopeless one. Sorry. Mia! That was really sudden. I have a message from Maya, so come. Ask me anything you want about her. Alright. How's Maya? She's safe. For now. That kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems. I'm glad to hear she's safe. But Mia, how did you know? As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could. I didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. Yeah, I didn't know you could... Well, I didn't know you could do that. The kidnapper. What's he like? I don't know. Apparently, Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there. And? She didn't see the face of her attacker. Maya's locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. When you were with her? Somewhere. Out there. I'm starving. I could really go for some apple pie. I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't going to kill me. I'm not gonna die. Sis. Wonder if you're with Nick right now. Drat. It's locked. But this door's lock seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then, click, they magically open the door. I wonder if there's a card like that around here I could use. You mean, like, this card? It's the seashell card. Huh? Someone dropped a card here. It kind of looks like a business card, but there's no name on it. It's a picture of a seashell, I think. That's weird. What a strange card. That's it. This shell card. If I use this, maybe I can get the door open. This might be my key out of here. I had a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. Alright, now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. I did it! That worked? Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. I shouldn't keep Nick waiting. Or worried. To be continued. So does Maya bust out? But why is the card there? Is there, like, 2 cards? My brain is kind of melted. Like, why is there another card? It kind of reminded me of, like, a hotel key. But I don't think the Gatewater has... Well, maybe. But see, why would the Gatewater Hotel have seashell door keys? Just kind of seems like weird theming for it. I guess because it's water themed. But even then, like... But even then, the lady would have recognized it as... She would have said, like, oh, this is the hotel key. Like, not like, oh, I don't know what the heck this thing is. I don't know, man. Gonna take a quick drink here. All right, let's go. Let's go. Oh, wait, no, I already saved. I already did that. Let's go. Oh, Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. Dude, no way! A woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? Can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Oh, Mia. We must get a complete acquittal today. I know. But I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. It's him. This is Wright. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya. She's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry. People don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake, as well as yours. You must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. Even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest. If you please. Wait! The kidnapper sent me a present? Mr. Lawyer Dude? Who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? Bro. Like, dude. Gnarly. Where's Francisca? Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard. Oh wait, no, it's Edgeworth, isn't it? Are the prosecution and defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor. Yeah, there's like no one here. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor, please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown... Oh my god. Was shot by an unknown gunman. Did someone shoot her? What? Shot. Somehow. I think this is the present that man was talking about. His present? Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive and in stable condition. Ah, that's good. I thought he'd show up. Edgeboy! Edgy! I almost said edgelord. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Francisca Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready. Naturally. Ooh. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt on guard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right? I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Oh man, we get to face off against Edgeworth. Witness, your name and occupation. The name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe? The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah. But have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Bare facts of the case. Bare facts. The murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrido, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. So, I mean, whatever. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. All right, let's see what the facts are, Jack. So that checks out. The victim Juan Corrida was found dead in his hotel room. That also checks out. We believe he was definitely murdered. Okay. Why do you believe that, good sir? Like, what's the reasoning? What's the thinking? The cause of death. Wasn't that because Mr. Corrida was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention would be drawn here to this bandana. Banana? Banana. His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir? Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. A banana-scented bandana. Try saying that 5 times fast. Then what about the knife? It seems to have been struck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. Oh, okay, we got an autopsy report. So someone strangled him and then stabbed him. Interesting. I guess they might have knocked him out by strangling him, and then they decided to stab him after? I guess? Okay, why do we think that? What convinced you that it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corrida, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. That's weird. Like, because that would be, like, an essential prop, I would think. Like, why would you bring a guitar case and not the guitar? That's bizarre. Unless you had something else in the guitar case. What else would you put in there? What would he put in there? So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. It really had nothing to do with the case after all. Our first order of business should be gathering more info from his testimony. But there might be a trap set up for us somewhere. Maybe. However, setting off traps is a part of a lawyer's job too. If you say so. Of course, we're supposed to escape from them too, wouldn't you say? So, like, what were you thinking? Why'd you think it was suspicious? As I nail my my pop filter again. Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. We couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, and how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but... The only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory, then. Okay. So there's only Corrida's fingerprints on it. So only Juan Corrida opened the case. I get this weird feeling that there was something else in there. Because, like, why bring an empty guitar case? You know what I mean? Like, why would you bring just an empty guitar case? Unless you weren't filling it with something. You know what I mean? Like, you needed to get something in the hotel that... without arising suspicion, hide it in something that would make sense for you to carry. You know, like, because people look at the guitar case, they go, oh, that's just the Jammin' Ninja's red guitar case. And they just go, oh, well, whatever then. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with this bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why, then, did the police arrest Matt on guard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing. Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll do it. Matt on guard and Juan Corrido are huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's enough motive in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off of the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Unguard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the... Oh, crap. My brain... The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. Huh. And there's this button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And is this button also covered in blood? Yeah. We know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, Wright? I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you would like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless question. Yeah. This guy. This doesn't make sense. Because, if you see here, it's the Gatewater Hotel. It's a knife from the Gatewater Hotel. You know? Like, he didn't go out of his way to buy a knife from the hotel. It looks like whoever stabbed him just took it from the hotel. So, you can't really say that he bought it. Right? Right. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument is that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand? That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater... I think I heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? What do you mean? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There's no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. But I didn't know... Oh. 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 The question is, where did this knife come from? Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Corrida's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. Oh, yeah! Oh, okay, I think I see the bit. He's gonna say that the knife is from Unguard's room. That's what that is. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard. Especially what was on the top of his table. There's something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Ungard's knife was missing. Mr. Ungard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. It seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. A murder weapon with fingerprints, and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of time, Your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well, Phoenix. The judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, you have something important and necessary to present to this court? Well, I gotta say something. There's one. One piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one. What the judge is saying, Wright, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us. Oh yeah, it totally is. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court? Okay, we're talking about the room. We have all these suicide reports, but there's no real correlation established yet. They've seen the knife, they've seen the button, they've seen the autopsy and the crime photo. Camera that's missing. Can't give them that. Can't give them that. They've seen the guitar case. The wine glass is weird. We haven't talked about the wine glass at all. Well, I hope I'm right. This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken. His makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on the top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say?
Well, yes. It is a little peculiar.
Yes, isn't it? I thought it was.
You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth? What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion? You don't need my opinion, because there is no special meaning to that glass.
What?
It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place, by the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright.
Could Miss Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? There's no way. Like, there's no way. If I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. They might just fall for it, if you're thought-provoking enough. They might just fall for it. Oh my god. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. You would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table.
You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim?
There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing.
Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it.
What?
You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright. Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice?
Then,
of course it has been thoroughly inspected. For fingerprints.
Fingerprints.
There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were of one Adrian Andrews.
What? You're kidding.
That is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright?
Can't believe I fell into another trap.
Miss Andrews is probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corrida. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now do you see, Wright? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well.
Yeah.
I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor, and from here on out I will show you the answer I have come to discover. Wait a second. Mr. Edgeworth, I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution is yet another witness we would like the court to hear from.
Another witness?
Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness.
What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Yeah, what's he doing? Is he getting cocky?
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please.
Gotcha. I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier. Wait, it's this lady again? Oh, that's what I think it was. Amazing. Oh, edgy boy. It's been what, a year since we last met, hasn't it?
Oh, I can't remember what her voice is. Oh god. Oh man.
Oh man. You should be more happy to see me.
I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet it was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand?
I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm going to tell you anything and everything, even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime.
I don't know what voice I'm doing for her anymore. Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know. Oh, shush. I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps. Yes, madam. No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Anyway, witness your testimony, please. It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? The witness was on the security detail at the hotel on the day of the murder. Is that correct, Miss Oldbag? It was a great job being able to see my dear Iwan. It's almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean you were a fan of the victim? Look, everyone is crazy over that on guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man. Juan Corrida. But those two were the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. Oh my god. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard. Matt on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. So Miss Ungard came out from the victim's room. See? It had to be him. He's the murderer. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. After the ceremony, I went to pace around the hallway. Please inform the court. Oh, hey! Yeah, it went 100 to 0 for Edgeworth. Hey, Intent, how's it going? I, just noticed you were in here. I apologize. I was reading. But how you doing? How you doing? Going good? Going good? That's awesome, man. That's awesome. We've fought the wrath of Old Bag. Yeah, things did go 100 to 0 for Edgeworth really quick. Can you please explain to the court what this interesting thing you were trying to find out exactly? Something you were interested in? And just what was that? It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret, between me and Juan. Ah, and Edgy Poo, of course. Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Gossip? But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to our testimony later. It looks like we shouldn't force it right now. And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? So she was probably out there because of the tabloid thing. Yeah. That's like a fair assumption, I think. They think the agent might be with the rival actor dude. Okay. You saw my client.
Are you sure about that? Yes, say. Really? Annoying brat. When I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Deja vu. I've been in this space before, higher on the street. Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. Oh, I think I see what they're getting at. Because she was in the, She was in the case over at Global. And the thing about that case was that it was determined by, like she said that she saw Will Powers, but it was actually just dude in a suit. It was some other dude. I wonder how you're supposed to pick up on that if you haven't played the last game, but whatever. It may only get a sequel, so maybe it's not that big a deal. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in detail. What a troublesome man you are. Really, as if something like that matters. But it does. Now what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing. What thing? You know, the thing. Have you ever had, like, an old person do that to you, by the way? Like, oh yeah, go check out that thing. What thing? You know, the thing. The thing with the whatever, you know? Like, it's like, it's playing a game of, like, 20 questions. It's amazing. That gaudy thing he's always wearing. That racing jacket. Oh yeah, the big racing jacket, collar thing. Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center, too. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Huh. Men. Right. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? I do think it's important. Because, like, here's my thinking. I think the button kind of helps with this. Because, like, okay, it's the button from the costume, and is found in Unguard's hakama. That's, like, part of his, like, outfit. So if he so this means either one of two things. Either one, well, actually, no, it means because he was in his jacket. How could he have gotten a button then? Like, that doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like, how could he have gotten a button after murdering that guy if he was not wearing the hakama that the button that was from the murder was in? Unless it just magically ended up in his cloak. Which, who knows? Maybe that's a possibility. Of course, I don't know how you would manage that. I'm gonna be real. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this. But all right. Witness, please. Ah, well. I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must... Miss Oldbag. What? Don't say my name for no reason. For no reason at all. Do you know what this is? Ah! It's button number 2 off the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Or on the ninja's costume. Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Give it here! Give it here! If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. Wow. She really is a diehard fan to want a button covered in blood. Yeah. Yeah, I think that happens.
Like, that's a thing that happened. It's weird. This button was discovered on Mr. Unguard's body during a full-body search. See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal Unguard. He was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai hakama pants. See? See? And Unguard is the nickel samurai. Witness? Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination. But just now, did you say that the defendant, Matt Unguard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? Oh. He has a little helmet on. I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest dress, then maybe, but instead I have to put up with wearing ridiculous-looking outfit. This outfit is hideous, right? I got a tape recorder stuck to my chest. It's heavy, so heavy. Wish we would switch to CDs. Keep the dream alive for all those kids out there. Understand? Now just take a look in the mirror. A documentary on curling. You should take a tip for 10 from Edgy Poo. Right. I love doing that. That's the best. Oh, deep breath. Now hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Unguard, the man, but Mr. Unguard, the nickel samurai? But when you think about it, they're really one and the same anyway. Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Edgy Poo, do you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important to agree with me for a change. Come on. For old time's sake. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. All right, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Man. Unguard. Yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai, right? That's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yet it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Ugh. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Do you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Youngins today. I told you there's no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so, and what I say is the truth. Wendy Oldbag, because I said so. Man. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Jeez. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Gotta do the thing. Okay. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. Oh, right. I was confused there. I think she's talking about the press conference after the stage show. Or like the stage show before the press conference or something? I don't know. But see, it doesn't make sense.
Wait. So she claimed that he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he isn't. So she's saying that he wore the costume when he was stabbing him. And this is the costume in question. Wait, was there... He did mention there was fingerprints. How would there be fingerprints in a costume like that? You know what I mean? Like, what? Like, hold on. Please take a look at this. Yeah, so? It's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case. You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? That is exactly what I am driving at. What are we driving at? And whose car are we driving? Where am I? Where are we going? I like marshmallows. If Mr. Ungard was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, we would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Unorthodox. Oh, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. But that doesn't make sense. If you're saying it's premeditated, why would he take the gloves off? And why would he do something like that? See, to leave his prints on the murder weapon? Exactly. It's like we have a brain. Almost. There's no way he would do something like that. However, there's one possibility. Now let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in the costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. Oh. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes. I've heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? Well, yeah, there is a contradiction. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. Sure does. Because he was just making the argument before that it was premeditated. So is it premeditated or is it not premeditated? What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Ungard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. This knife was used by Mr. Ungard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corrida. I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. You know, how many cases have we won so far that we just sort of won because the prosecutors got cocky? Like for real. Like, Edgeworth had this in the bag, and he's like, oh, I gotta bring up another witness, because I'm, like, such a cool guy. I'm gonna, like, really stick it to you. And then, now look, he's on the back foot now. Look at this.
And the same crap happened with Franziska. It's like, she had it won, like, at least one of the cases before. And then she's like, no, I need to be perfect. And then she lost. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us.
Order. Order, I say. Order in the court. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing?
I would think to frame him. I mean, that's usually what you do. Like, you put evidence that supposes someone else to sort of frame someone else for the murder. You know, it doesn't even have to be particularly, like, because they don't like the guy. It's just that they happen to be, like, the most likely other than themselves to do it. Like, that's the thought. It's to frame my client, Mr. On Guard, of course.
To frame... aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one?
But we just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume. If that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife.
Grr! Witness?
Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo?
Grr. Witness, did you or did you not really see the Nickel Samurai?
Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Are you saying you mixed up Mr. On Guard with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Come on. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure. She wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai? Alright then. Who were you waiting around for then? That's top secret to anyone outside of security.
I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida. Am I correct, witness?
Ha ha ha. The way you think, you're a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness.
Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of?
So Oldbag was waiting around in front of the victim's room, but it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida. Yeah, I think she was waiting. Yeah, she was waiting around for Adrian.
Adrian!
If it's who I think Mia's hinting at, it's clearly certainly possible. Mr. Oldbag, you were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you?
Gotta go to profiles, gotta find Adrian. Adrian! Who is this person?
This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. On Guard's manager.
But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room?
It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor.
Oh, this is... Well, this is... Ha, I see.
The judge seems to be really into the article, if it could be called such a thing.
And this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well.
Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away the whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then.
Witness? What in the world are you...
Watch out, Phoenix. I got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course.
What for?
Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that.
Well, Mr. Excuse me. Jeez. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here?
I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let the point slide.
I see. Very well, then.
Witness, please testify about this secret information. Get ready. This is gonna take the wind out of you young'uns. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. Come on. See, that's what we needed. We needed, an Ace Attorney game where it's all children, and it'd be funny. And it's not like murder, it's like, I don't know, like, who stole, like, Marie's coloring book or whatever. That's what we really need. Brilliant idea. That on guard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I can't condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret, you got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? You know you're in, like, a courtroom, right? Like, I'm just saying.
The defendant sent his manager? What a distasteful topic for this court.
What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before.
Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person?
We have looked into this matter, and found that the truth the article proposes is, in fact, baseless gossip.
But should this be true, and this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim.
So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right! On guard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, gotta burn old bags with fire. I don't think that's how that saying goes. Phoenix. I don't know what saying you're referring to, but... Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. I don't know what about this sentence makes me laugh. Hold on. We're doing that. Okay. Man. Alright, so... On guard is an evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks. So, if nobody else knows about this, how do you know about this? Who's your source? that would have to be it. Right? Because, the rest of this kind of checks out. Or at least it's nothing that we can really do anything about. So this is sort of just, a theory that she has. Oh, I need to disprove it somehow. And in order to disprove the theory, she staked out the hotel room. Wait, no, did she? Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yeah, that's it. It's totally it. It's a secret. Even if you drill the hole into my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did that old bag get such a secret piece of information? It's either present evidence as a choice. Okay, maybe... It would have to have been before we came here today, I would think. Magazine... Oh... Okay. I think I see what happened. Either she was actually there, or she wasn't. Because she took the information from the camera that was stolen. Now why do you know it, Miss Oldbag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop it. Witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? It would be the camera. Because, like, we have a missing camera, we have someone claiming to have secret info, and Lada was actually, like, the one trying to chase after these celebrities, so, like, she was there, so, like, that, I think, makes the most sense. The investigative photographer, Lada Hart. Oh, yes. I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her outrageous impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? No. I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? Ah, that's it. That's the note. So she totally did steal the camera. No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. And you are the one who took Miss Hart's note? I'm a huge fan of Juan, that's why. That infamous, puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil On Guard. She said so herself. On Guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she'd written. Just the entire courtroom is just... Edgy Poo! You believe me, don't you? No! Don't drag me into this. I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come up with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Man. Shout out to localizers. They make this stuff great. A supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it is only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just this once. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? No. We need to figure this out. Right? We need to figure this out. If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness. You said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Miss Oldbag. I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. Yeah, because she sold the camera. Miss Oldbag. That note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, "My sweetie, what $1,600 camera disappeared on me." Why, witness! What is it, Gramps? What is it, Gramps? Smell you later.
If you have the note, then it is only logical that you have the camera, too. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for? That's... What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you. I fall in love and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of picture she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. Oh. Bailiff, check this camera's photos. Hurry. We must examine them at once. What will we discover? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There is only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. Oh. This is the Nickel Samurai. See, I told you. That's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. What does all of this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Ungard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. Uh-oh. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We've examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for here. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. You can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took, there's... Well, there has to be something. Like, we must fight. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, Wright. Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there is nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. You really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, and you should only need one chance, correct? Well... I have to find something wrong with this photo. Can't let this chance go by. Where the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Ugh. Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? Oh, I can't consort... Oh, crap. I thought I'd be able to consult the court doc. I guess not. Okay, let's think here. What would be weird about this? So this would be leaving... I kind of want to say the room, but I feel like that doesn't help us at all. Like, it doesn't matter which room it's from. Like, the important part was that he was near the rooms, not that he was... Wait, there's the... Oh, yeah, that'd be him it'd be him leaving Juan Carita's room.
Huh. I mean, there's a bear. It's cute. Not much to go on. There's the thing. Nothing about his costume seems out of... Or at least nothing about his costume, I think, seems out of whack. Like, there's no, like, obvious, like, hairs or holes or anything. No obvious buttons. What? Why is it dragging on the floor? Like, that's kind of weird. Like, it's kind of weird that the length of his pants is actually hitting the floor. I guess. Because, like, you'd think, like, if it's his costume, it would fit him, right? You know what I mean? Like, it should fit him. But, like, that's a weird thing. Like, I guess try it and hope that we get it. Okay. It'd also be a hazard? Yeah, like, if you're doing, like, stage... Like, even if it's, like, recording and, like, stage work, yeah, like, you'd want that to fit. Like, you want it to make sure that it's not dragging on the ground. So either he's not wearing his shoes... He's not, like, wearing shoes, or... Like, it just doesn't fit him. Which would be weird. I would like to direct the court's attention to this area right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However... Hold on. Oh! I'm brilliant. Look at that. Look at the picture of him. You see, in the picture, in the action shot, you can actually see his feet. That thing actually fits him. So whoever's wearing the costume, it doesn't fit. So if it doesn't fit, you can't acquit. If it doesn't fit, then whoever's wearing it is not the defendant. In theory, like, it has to be someone else, and then we got to figure out who that someone else is. Whoever it actually is too short. Exactly. Yeah. See, you get it, intent. You understand the reasoning. Yeah, however you can't. And? What does this mean? The costumed person in this photo could not have been Mr. Unguard. What is the meaning of this? Objection! I wonder if you would care to elaborate. With actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of his hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. Is he? Like, it didn't look like he was holding it up. Like, it just sort of looked like they caught him trying to walk. Like, maybe I'm just not observant. Whatever. There is only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Ugh. Alright, I think I've turned this thing around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? Yeah, what do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. Oh. Oh, that's worrying. He doesn't feel under attack? And I haven't damaged his case at all? Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt on guard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. I figure it would come to this. What? Right. I have something that I want to ask you. I think you've proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt on guard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Who is the person wearing the nickel samurai costume? Yeah, oh no. Oh yeah. Horribly timed ads. Yeah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. Very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah. Why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph? Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. Well, this would make sense. I would think. Yeah, like this would make sense. But she said that she's sort of a... I don't know. Yeah, this would make sense. Adrian Andrews? If you want to know who that nickel samurai is, it is none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short, and she can freely move in and out of Mr. Unguard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Unguard that night. And how does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Unguard's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as a murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, Wright? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order, order, order! It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first learning her testimony. All right, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. What do you mean? I did great. Did you see me out there? I slammed the desk, I pointed, it was cool. What do you mean I'm in trouble? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day. Ugh! Well, if I don't get a verdict today, then Maya... Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Like, I can't just object. I have nothing to object. Like, what do I... Oh, I object. We gotta listen to him now. Oh, what's your reasoning? I don't know. It just seems important. Like, I don't... Like, what does the game want me to do? Like, I don't know what I'm objecting to. Now then. Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today. I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if not... Hold it! Oh! I abhor wasting such valuable time.
Edgeworth?
Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Tisk tisk. Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. And what do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his... Oh, that is what that says. Okay. For a moment I was like, wait, is that right? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan. Even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on.
Wait, what?
What? Impossible. What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness.
Everything was planned out in advance by that man? Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over.
Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness at that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. It's time for recess. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Holy cow.
Something about this seems kind of weird. Like, okay, it makes sense for Adrian Andrews to, like, Miss Andrews has a motive. And Miss Andrews has a means of doing it that line up with the facts at hand. But something about it seems like too straightforward. You know what I mean? Like it seems too easy. Right? Like it just seems too simple. It's weird. Like Phoenix Wright games are based around like these like crazy revelations and whatever, right? Like we had the thing where the lady like got the face of her dead sister implanted onto her or whatever. Like, or like, oh, it's someone disguised as the other actor so that he could take revenge for being blackmailed by a thing like that. But like this seems really like mundane in comparison. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, let us continue with the show. Defendant lobby number 3. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian... No way! Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that button, that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she is the real killer. She's the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But, like, why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about, dude? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today.
Give me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude?
Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impax's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impax as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impax suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida, all to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What's that? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impax. It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Oh. Edgeworth is so in control in this case. Except for, like, the one moment with the old lady, but so far he's been pretty, like, in control of things.
Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room.
There's that card again.
What is your occupation?
I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ungard.
I see. Now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
Yes. Sure. What is it?
I'm sure everyone in this courtroom is wondering the same thing. I would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
No. I have no idea what you mean. I never even heard of Gossip Land.
What? Me? Being into gossip? No, impossible. Never even heard of that magazine before. Go on. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me.
Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim.
Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan, but this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
So it was a fry and bait matter? Or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing.
Like, are we seeing the judge, like, develop dementia in real time? Because that, like, I swear, as these games have gone on, he's gotten, like, more, like, scatterbrained. I don't know what it is. But I didn't kill him.
No one is accusing you of that.
I think there's someone who would beg to differ. Oh. I think she's talking about me, chat.
I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well, then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place.
Dude. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. What? That's not... Like... Yeah, my thought exactly, Judge.
You poured yourself a glass of juice?
Yes. Sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing.
And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Phoenix. She's one cool and collected customer, but she has the brains to match. Yes. I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing?
She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? Oh, okay. I think I get it. Time of the show starts, so I went to get Matt from his room. That checked. For that, I went to Juan's room. Tell us, describe a bit more, like, sort of that moment. Right there. You were in shock? What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person. Despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corrida. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. Yeah, that does seem kind of out of character. Well, admittedly, seeing someone dead is a shocking experience. Especially when you're not expecting to find someone dead, you know? Like, I don't care who you are. But this is weird! Like, who... Like... You didn't think to, like, call 911, or... Like... Yell for help? Or, like, literally do anything. Yeah, it's just... Like, this is just weird. Juice? Like, why would you do this? Yes. There was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on the wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. Yep, that is true. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corrida, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank? I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? What were you saying, lady? What were you saying? Miss Andrews? I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry. It's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? Okay, yeah, okay. This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. Hold on. Whoa. It fell onto the guitar case. There's water on it, but only on top of the lid. like... Okay, so if the vase had flowers in it, because there were flowers in the picture, and she knocked it over, it would have fallen inside of the guitar case, because the guitar case was open. So did she drop the vase and then open the guitar case? Yeah, because look, we have the broken vase and we have the flowers. There's water. You can kind of see the dark marks on the carpet. How did none of that water get in the guitar case? You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell into the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside.
That's very true.
Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case.
And what is that?
Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. Yeah. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong?
And what is wrong with that?
If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. Okay. That works. Yeah.
Objection.
What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No. Think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else.
Ugh. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. There's no bearing on this case at all.
Then why bring an empty guitar case? Why bring an empty guitar case with you if you're not going to have a guitar in it? Clearly, there must have been something in it. Like, it doesn't make sense not to bring an empty guitar case with you. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it?
Seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Very well, Mr. Wright. Do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case?
Yeah, make her testify. Good. Do it. The empty guitar case. I believe there is this is a crucial piece of the puzzle.
Huh. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you.
Can't believe I'm doing this either.
All right, I'll follow along. For now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor. But yeah, like, that doesn't... Yeah. So my thinking is that there was something in the guitar case that someone wanted. I can't remember if they found fingerprints on it or not. I'd have to look. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
You don't know? Looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting.
Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination, thanks.
Using anyway to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man.
God. Edgeworth's definitely not pulling his punches, this case. So, like, hold on. Yeah, that's the... Hold on. Was the fingerprints on the lid? Like, I don't see a handle. Was it like a strap? Yeah, it only has Corita's fingerprints on it. So, like... So if she opened it... Then it was... She must not have opened it. But why... Yeesh. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Oh, we got a real Herlock Sholmes in here. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Ah. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? Why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the awards ceremony. So of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. That is weird. I would think. I would think that's weird. Yeah, that's weird. Hold on. Where's that dumb glass? Yeah, that's weird. How could she have left fingerprints on a guitar case, but not... Or on the wine glass, but not the guitar case? You know what I mean? Like, why... That is weird. Why is it strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Yeah, because your fingerprints are on the glass. Yeah. Oh, man. I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? The glass is broken, and then she just happened to have another pair. Beautiful. Always need spare glasses. Order, order, order! Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar. The bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean... It was a bright white guitar. Wait, that's not right either. Whoa, you mean another differently colored guitar? No. Possible. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's unusual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic, and lull us all into his misguided... No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case is some relation to the murder. If you are so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in that case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing? You don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar... So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty? Is that it, Wright?
I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove.
Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What's inside this case at the time of the murder? Okay, so that's the Jammin' Man. Wait. Huh. So what would you put in a guitar case? Well, it had to have been something substantial, and it had to have been something... Wait. No. No, it needs to be a piece of evidence. We do not have the suicide note. Here's my thinking, right? So, this is sort of important, okay? Whose door is the Nickel Samurai leaving? So this is right after the murder, okay? And this is Juan Corrida's room. Okay, Juan Corrida's room has all these flowers. Inside are all these bears. It's a mess. If... ads. Oh, man. Ugh. Alright, I'll hold on. I'll hold on for a few seconds. I'm doing it for intent. I believe in him. Yep, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for him. I do appreciate him. Come on. Alright. So bear with me. So what we have here is a picture of someone in the costume leaving Corrida's room. Now, if we were to suppose that Adrian did not need a disguise to go into Corrida's room. She already had sort of this personal relationship with Corrida. She would have no reason to disguise herself just to go into the room. Because it wouldn't be weird. Well, it'd be weird for some people, but it wouldn't be weird for Corrida. But see, why would it be another... But why would it be a costume, though? See, that doesn't make any sense. Why would it be another samurai costume? Like, why would it even be in there? That's weird. No. Okay, I kind of want to... Since the penalty is not very big, I think I'm going to try pressing this photo and see where it gets us. Because that's like the only like real piece of new evidence, and I think it's such a weird thing, but I think it's worth trying. Oh my god, what? This is a photograph. Yes, every time I do. Every time I look, it makes me laugh. Yes, but what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor. In this picture? It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is... Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai. The hero's very own custom... Okay, you lost. Y'all lost me, Phoenix. What? But why would one have that costume? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that?
That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? Oh, she's sweating. I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct?
You mean this photo? Order! Order! It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we?
Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. Whoa, that's my strategy. Whoa.
So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Mad on Guard's. Why would something of the defendants be in the victim's room?
See, that was my question. Thank you. I don't understand why Juan would have that costume.
And inside the guitar case of all places. True, that is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case?
I think it's just a spare. I don't think he stole it. Cause like they had like that big sort of post thing, and they were all there. Like clearly Matt had the costume, right? I think it's just a spare. Yeah. Oh, he said he was in his costume at the time. Yeah. So like, yeah, it would have to be a spare. Mr. Ungard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one.
What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel?
But see, I still don't know how he was able to get his hands on one. Because in the theory, he would have had to have gotten that costume before he was murdered. Right? Unless he was planning on doing like a prank or something? Yes, that is what I'm saying.
How do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Corrida, was the Jammin' Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him?
I guess to just fuck with him. Like this is the only thing I can think of. Just to like screw with him. And therein lies the sticking point.
What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue?
Huh? No, I just...
Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, but then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai's spare costume to the hotel was... Oh, this is evident. Wait. No. Wait, hold on. Why would he bring an extra? Huh. I remember something from last stream about... It was like... We asked him about this press conference. Right, that was sort of the crux, like the beginning of the whole thing. It's like they had this... After the post-ceremony stage show, the Nickel Samurai was having a press conference of some kind. But when we asked Ungard about it, he didn't know anything about it.
We just kind of assumed at the time that he was just like an idiot. You know, like he was just booked to do something that he just didn't know about. And the manager just kind of went over his head. But if it's a confession, he should probably know something about it, I would imagine. Unless that's weird. What is this? On the night of the murder after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai is going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up right. But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ungard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself. Yeah, I think it was just to screw with him. I think he set it up just to screw with him. Because they're like the rivals, and that's what rivals do. They play prank wars, you know? The victim? Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? I don't know. That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. That is true. Yeah, that is interesting. What would he... Because that would kind of change... Because that might change Andrews' motive in that case. Because maybe she found out... I was like, oh no, I gotta kill this guy. Or something. Because, like, that would be the only way she would know not only to do, like, the thing. Like, maybe it was a case of she went in, she left, and then she came back? To kill him? Maybe? Oh, like, that's what I think, maybe. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt Ungard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Miss Andrews? I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say. The press conference was set up by Juan. Whoa. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. Yeah, I'm curious about this too. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You... Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. Oh. Oh, so petty. Wow. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Is she talking about the note? Did Matt have something to do with that? What? Maybe that's what that is. And do you know what the secret of Mr. Ungard's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. Ungard? And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor. I understand. Weird. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what, but he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. That's a weird bit of loyalty. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. And that just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Why did you feel this way? Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. Hey, I didn't ask for that. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known... I did know that. I'm just asking. I just wanted to ask, you know, what her reasoning was. They didn't teach that to us in school. At least not from what I remember. May I continue now? Okay, whatever. I guess to keep from revealing the thing. He didn't have an alibi. Evidence. Wait. That's weird. Well, I don't think the knife... Because we've kind of proven that the knife isn't, like, super straightforward. Like, the button is. The knife, not so much. Like, what's going on here? You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought, and during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, is that correct? Isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. Ugh. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Why are you looking at me like that? Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. I'm sorry! Okay, add info to the testimony. Do it. That's weird. Torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. But how would he manage that? Because, like, the struggle was from the strangling, I would imagine. Like, how does it get ripped off when the knife isn't involved? Unless you were doing both at the same time, which I would imagine would be tough. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean?
Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume when?
After the knife was stabbed into the victim.
Exactly. Which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. No way. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body.
Order! What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change?
Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve?
What purpose?
We now know this button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposefully rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it?
Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with the button? What was it?
Oh, it'd have to be to pin the crime. Because we can't really prove the memento thing. Especially since we have it. And then and it wouldn't be destroying evidence because the button doesn't really prove anything. Like the one in the third, or at least like the one in the first and third thing don't have, like that depends on us not finding it. Oh, we found it pretty quick. So there is only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Ungard. There is no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. I don't know why, but something about that sentence got me. I don't know why. Just weird. That's right. Mr. Ungard was set up by the real killer, of course.
And the real murderer is? Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then?
Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Ungard, is... So it would have to be the manager. Because the only one who could have planted the button on him would have been the manager. Because he was asleep or whatever. He was taking a nap. He was tired. So she just kind of... And they were rooming together, so... This would have to be... Like, it would only be her. I would think. Miss Adrian Andrews, I choose you. Adrian Andrews, use Thunderbolt. You're Mr. Corrida's killer. What? Their glass is broken. They really gotta stop doing it.
Order, order, order! Mr. Wright, this is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge?
Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. What? How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Ugh. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only person who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Ungard was the real killer, there is no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button onto Mr. Unguard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews.
I see. What about the empty guitar case?
That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No,
Objection! But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. It was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right.
That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there's this photo. Whoa. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Unguard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please, stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time.
Miss Andrews?
I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Oh, okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's a thing.
Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves.
What? You're just now hearing about this, Phoenix? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Unguard's room. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? All right. Oh, that's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. There's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? Like what?
What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless.
What?
Everything you have proven is circumstantial.
Circumstantial?
Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corrida. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corrida?
I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
But, Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt. Don't you think...
Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No! She's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, you've landed in the worst possible situation. Man, can't get nothing.
I think we've reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid, definitive proof.
But it's not true.
In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do. That is to declare a recess.
Recess? What?
I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial.
Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial... Please continue the trial.
What are you sweating at? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he?
That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya...
Oh... You shouldn't have said that. But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... Oh... It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you... It's true Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but... Actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Edgeworth's a bro. Let's go.
So he picked up... So he kind of picked up on it. He picked up that something's wrong. And that it's contingent on this trial continuing. So he's like, okay, well, I'm gonna... Apparently something is up. So let's see where this app goes.
Mr. Andrews. When you were found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice.
Yes.
And? I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice.
Shaken, not stirred.
So my actions were unusual. But I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect.
Testify?
Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness.
I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. Yeah, that's just how, like, he is.
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please.
That glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired-looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
Okay. Why did you say so in your... Yeah, why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony?
I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth. What the heck is going on in that brain of yours?
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes. Do the thing. Do the thing.
Okay. But lady, like, he had a knife in him. Like, he had a knife in him. You don't look at a dude with a knife in him and be like, oh yeah, he must be sleeping. He must be taking a nap or whatever. Like no.
So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body.
What is the meaning of this?
Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There is a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Corrida's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. Well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink.
Your point is?
Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. No!
No! It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt on guard, is not guilty after all.
That's impossible. You're wrong.
Miss Andrews, try to have some composure.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt. I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify, and your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because...
Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? Excuse me.
Yeah, what is it? I refuse to testify.
Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt on guard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated.
Is it over? Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. Now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't.
Now then, I'd like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt on guard. Objection! Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth.
What is he playing at?
The absolute real truth? What are you... Witness? Do you understand?
Huh?
I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt on guard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party.
That's a lie. I don't believe you.
What?
I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? She lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another, because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Matt on guard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging onto them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get her not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please. Someone help me.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do.
What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say?
Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime.
Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there. Right? Now. What will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Oh... We're gonna get her to testify, I think. Because that just seems like the right thing to do. Like... I don't know. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But... I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding.
Mr. Wright, you sure you know what you're doing?
Sure, Mr. Unguard would get an acquittal, but in his place you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me.
That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth.
You're wrong. Oh.
What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court.
Oh, Edgeworth. I know what he's gonna do.
Stop.
Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness... How should I put this? She has an illness.
What?
And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past.
Stop. Please stop.
This is, like, mortifying. Like, actually. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here.
That's
the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report.
What will you do now, witness?
You know what I am about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. This is like horror. Like, this is like, oh my god. If people find out, oh. If you're going to say that you would choose death, that is no concern to me.
Whoa.
How can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. Well, that has... Oh, man. I'll talk, but please, help me. Oh. Nothing matters anymore. Wow. That... Jeez. That was, like, intense. Why would he... Ugh. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that's when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume.
Stab the body? With the knife? But why would you do that?
Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man.
What do you mean by all of this?
It might take this court a little while to understand, but... This is the truth. The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again. Just like last time. Like last time? Oh. Last time?
So, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim Juan Corrida in the chest with the knife.
However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? I mean, I think I kind of get it. Like, I think I understand the idea. Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. I think everything kind of checks out. Like, but you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but that scarf is part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up, and went to pour the juice. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was... That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Oh, whoops. I didn't even... Oops. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Unguard's hakama? Yes. That's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? Just when I finished and was returning to Matt room... Okay, inconvenience. An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lada. Yep, bet his spikes on it. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Miss Oldbag for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. Man. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the awards ceremony. Oh, she planted it the day before. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes. Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is this secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Unguard's room and planted the button. Into Matt's hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word. What does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Unguard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francisca, huh? She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. If I just kept quiet, that Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but believe in her words. Oh. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, you can be certain she is not the real killer.
Wait, Your Honor. The defense still...
Right? It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over. So is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright.
But...
Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today.
Oh.
What?
Yeah. Today's trial. It's over. I didn't win an acquittal.
Witness, would you mind if I asked you something?
Edgeworth? What is it?
Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now.
Yeah, what is it? What is that card?
What exactly is it?
Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remembered just now. I found this in the room on that day.
The room? That day?
Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him.
You found that card next to the victim's body?
Is that like a calling card? Like, is that like a thing where it's like, hey, I killed this person, and this is the thing to prove it? Ah. I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not. Still a strange card, if you ask me. As far as a clue to this case, I don't see why.
Witness! That card! Give it to me! Hurry!
Edgeworth?
Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This! I can't believe you hid this from me all this time!
Whoa, what's the big deal? I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it? And what does it mean?
Ah, to be continued! Ah!
Pain.
Alright.
Alright, chat, take a moment, take a stretch, take a breather. I'm gonna take a little drink break. The Vision, the kidnapper. Yeah. It's yeah, because the card was at where Maya was being held. So clearly whoever kidnapped Maya also did like the murder thing. But even then, like why would he blackmail me to get Unguard innocent? Right? Like that doesn't compute. Why would he do that? Seems like a weird thing. Yeah, I mean, I guess because he also wanted to protect Unguard, but I don't know what motive that would be. Like if you were say the actual one that killed him, right?
Why would you not want someone to go to jail for you? You know what I mean? Like, hmm. Unless they have some sort of relationship? Like, maybe... Oh! Here's a thought. What if it's... What if Ungard hired the kidnapper dude? What if the kidnapper was hired to kill Juan, and then when Ungard was framed, he was like, oh shit, I need to get this guy innocent, or else, you know, he's gonna give away, you know, either, like, maybe he gives away his thing, or, like, maybe he doesn't get paid or something. Like, maybe that's the bit. Maybe that's the bit. I don't know. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Oh. Poor kid. There has to be some relation between the two. Yeah, there has to be something. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. So far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. But he won't because Mr. Ungard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up. We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yeah, that's right. So... Hey, you guys! I'm glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy. Looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now. I came to talk to you, pal. All right, he did get fired. That's right. Now we're kind of busy right now. So what are you gonna do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that. What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Ungard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Yeah. In all fairness, having a private investigator on hand would probably be useful. Someone that knows police procedure. Come on, Nick. Let's help Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? I am a lawyer. I deserve better than this. That was the first time I ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say some things like he didn't care if Mrs. Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. Well, because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth? It's Andrews' last testimony. Wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to... No, I mean, almost need to frame Mr. Ungard. Couldn't figure that out. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Well, not a lie, per se. It just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. But that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe.
That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Yeah, she was. What? Like, is she okay? Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol pal. She's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay. She's hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out. She's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? You want to visit her, pal? No. Well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you actually got a heart, don't you? Joked like she was being tortured to death, not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Just let her whip you a bit. It'll be fun. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick. I don't know, Pearls. That's not my kind of scene. Now I'm definitely not going. Let's see. The name of the hospital? Oh yeah, the Hottie... Oh my god. The clinic. That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Yeah, it won't hurt. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? Hi. Wait a second, you're... yes. I'm Director Hottie. Why are you still here? Yes. What is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Director Hottie. Oh, Director Hottie. Edgeworth? Yes. I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes. What is it? Director. Franziska. How is Franziska von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because, you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes. Yes. And that thing, that surgery, it went well. You have my gratitude. Looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. She looks so pitiful. Absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes. Her opponent was a gun after all. And when I snuck up on her real secret light, she would scream really loud. Yes. I see. But she's really cute too. I'd do that. She'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes. Do you think I could get used to it? Thank you. Go back to your room. You're so mean, huh? So mean. Frisky Friska. That's good. Okay. Yes. It's time for my IV drops. Yes. Like, I hate the character, but I love voicing him. It's the worst. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. Hey, you okay? I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. It's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action, given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Yeah. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Ungard, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over.
all while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem. Whether she had tampered with the evidence or not, I have only one objective: to find Ungard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Ungard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person. That's all. But you had to know she was... Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over. So, if you'll excuse me... What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... Ugh. But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I'm putting myself on the line when I stand in there. That's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. Huh. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Ugh, witness! That card! Give it to me, hurry! Ugh. You have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? Yes. Can't believe you hid this from me all this time. That card. What in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. The Special Investigations Team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man named Shelly DeKiller. Shelly DeKiller? I'm sorry. Man. And just as his name states, he is a killer. An assassin. The best at that. An assassin? Oh dear. So who is this Shelly DeKiller? DeKiller is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is the professional name of the third heir to the DeKiller name. So we're not just dealing with an assassin, we're dealing with like a prestigious, like, family line of assassins. Man. Okay. So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them. He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? We think it is part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly DeKiller, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess. I should just tell him. Maya... She's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible, and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. We don't have even a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right. Listen, you need to know something. Juan Corrida was killed by Shelly the Killer, and the client who ordered the job is Matt Ungard, your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. What is it? The hotel right the hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. Okay. Huh. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. Mr. Nick? Do you think Mr. Ungard hired an assassin? No way! I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock. Yeah, I guess not. Maya. Please, all I ask is you make it home. Safe and sound. Oh. Okay. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up. Like how Nick does with everything in court. Wow. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. What is this place? Got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Okay, let's look. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. What's with the bear? That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Aw, how cute. It's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. Wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Didn't Corrida's room have like a ton of bears in it? Like actually? They had like a metric ton of bears in it. There's a framed picture sitting on the coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, with love, Celeste. Oh, Celestin Pax. Wait. Wait. What? I bet this could be a clue. Wait, where am I? Like, hold on. But no, Juan's dead. Like, if Juan... Unless he just decided to take both of these... Or maybe he just has some sort of relation to these people that, like, goes beyond just, like, wanting to be, like, hired help to kill them. But, like... like... locked. Of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. Yeah, it looks like a doggy door. So I guess they have a pet? I guess they have a computer, too. Oh, hey, it's a computer. I never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Drat. There goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. Has this become Escape the Room? There's a satellite dish. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? Oh, man. Oh, remember VCRs, chat? I do. There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing here? Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Yeah! Oh. It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now. I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean... Dead men tell no tales, is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin. No way. You're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! Oh god, is my okay? Mr. Nick? Oh yes, pearls? I'm caught up in my thoughts about my situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Ungard. I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay. Alright, go to Mr... Okay, we're gonna go to the detention center. Gonna sort of poke and prod him a little bit. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Aww. I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt Ungard. Here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So, actually, I have a favor to ask you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, right? This is terrible. Let's hurry, we have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. Client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. Don't need to go to criminal affairs. I can't seem to go to his house at all. Alright now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass. Oh, it's... Miss Oldbag. Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-headed pettifogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again, although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But what I really is something much more valuable. I want Edgy Poo's heart. It's all your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside of this old bag. Arrgh! Miss Oldbag. Keep your hands off of me. This helmet is airtight. No airs gets in and no airs gets out. Then why do you keep putting it on? Huh, don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Miss Oldbag, if you would look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Edgy Poo! Ugh. Is that a perfume? Pheromone d'Amour I smell? Ugh. Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly. That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so. You understand? Alright. I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. That may be, but you know nothing's going to come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. Oh my god. What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Unguard's room today. Why? The police's main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating Dick Hiller. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. Okay, I kind of want to check out the house. Unguard Mansion? Sure is dark. I'll go turn on a light. Okay, I have a question. Why is there a motorcycle hanging from the ceiling? What? Like, why is there a motorcycle there? Must be nice to be rich. Yeah. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shoo the kitty cat. Shoo! Oh my god, look at the cat! So I guess this is Shoo. Ah, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shoo. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Why does he have a motorcycle just hanging up? The cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. Oh no. Hi. There. May I help you with something, Mr. Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. Unguard's lawyer. The Master's... Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I'm the family butler, John Doe. John Doe. Oh, I see. Nice to meet you. Oh. Hey, Oh, this is concerning. This is very concerning. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Unguard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. Yeah, John Doe, the classic alias. You know it. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. Unguard the kind... You know, I would have thought that Mr. Unguard the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you got here. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shoo. Then why did he send me to take care of the cat while you're here? Like, couldn't you just have done it? Like, I'm just saying, like... And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Then I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. No, keep it... Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. So young and yet already so accomplished. A master of law. There's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler, in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me. Oh. This is a problem. A giant bicycle is flying through the air. That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own. Really? Wow. Sorry to disappoint you. It can't fly. Oh, that's too bad. There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. I bet it's for Mr. Unguard's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shu? The door. It's locked tight. Oh, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. Oh. I'm trying to think this out. That's weird. Something's weird about this. Like, okay. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that Maya's being held hostage at Unguard's place. The cat door kind of proves that. I think the fact that the bear was kind of torn up by a cat probably also kind of accounts for that. But like I'm still trying to figure out what I'm still trying to figure out what exactly Unguard's relation to this dude. Cuz here's the thing, right? Unguard asked me to go and feed a cat. Right? He told me to go and feed his cat. That is the assumption that there was no one else that could do it except for me. Right? Why couldn't the butler do it? Though. Like, isn't that in his job description? Like, does his job description not include feeding cats? Like, why send me there? So, it means either one of two things. Either one, Unguard doesn't know that someone's being held hostage in his house. Or, like, something else is at play? Man. Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about D. Killer. I still can't believe their name is D. Killer. Well, hey, city boy. Oh, it's Lada again. Oh. Lada, you're still here. Reckon course. The investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel's just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But, do you have a camera? Rick, given. A photographer's gotta have a camera out there like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? I want you to ask you about the night of the murder. What? You're really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lada, you were loitering in the hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands. Had a soda pop with a few of them, too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either. I guess this means there's no one who could tell us who came and went that night. So about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that did it I wrote? Yeah. Can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about On Guard shoving his manager lady onto Corrida? Yeah. Oh, well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? You just bullshitting us? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull dooders. Oh, hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, why do you look like you suddenly got older, too? Now it's just shrinking here. Oh, my baby. My $1,600 baby. What's with the red-coated prosecutor, anyhow? That guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Well, hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't you? So put in a few good words for me and get back the camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours, and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. Tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. Now you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. Make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it right to me. Would you please just leave already? Get out. Oh no, maybe there's something we missed in here? Mr. Nick! What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning? I hate evil ghosts. I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon. Excuse me? What are you doing in here? What were you doing in here? Do I want to know? Zoinks! It's the alien! Zoinks, Scoop! What are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you. What are you doing here? What is wrong with youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me. Okay, please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time, please. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it. Now hold on a sec there, you little pipsqueak. You're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now, I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about Mr. Corrida. He was the most popular star, you know. Especially where it counts, in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Ungard. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he is going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look! Just look at this mountain of presents! It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearls? The presents. They're all bears, right? He's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. Do you have something to do with this old bag? All of Mr. Corrida's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think of Juan without thinking about bears. Okay, pray tell, why Why? Bears? Yeah, why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. Yo, he did bear wrestling? Yo. He refused to give in and let the bear win. After the fight, they became friends. Oh, it was a film or whatever. Wow, what a heartwarming story. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out, down by a river going, heh, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah. Nice. Bears. Oh, I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. Ugh, that startled me. I was gonna die for a second. 8 p.m. That's the time when the awards ceremony ended that night, remember? I am sure plies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. The transceiver. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya, how is Maya? You haven't hurt her, have you? It seems you are not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good. No, Mystic Maya. One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. Oh, he's a very generous kidnapper. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright. Then... a little... What is it with this static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems... bad. Connect... Damn it, did the transceiver just suddenly break? Oh, excuse me. What happened? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know either, Phoenix. All of a sudden, it became nothing but static. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? Probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Okay, I need to go. Alright, if I need to find an electronics expert, where do I go? If you say Radio Shack, you're wrong. I guess the cop station, maybe. I don't know, I can go here. Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or another. They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass that victims list along. You gotta be kidding! There's over 100 people on here. Mr. Nick? Mr. Ungard really that big and bad of a criminal? Actually, Pearls, never mind. Sounds like they're working on a different case. Because there's nothing here. Oh, and Gumshoe's gone? Oh no, Gumshoe's here. Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice. Thanks. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal. Out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat. Whoops. Looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You've gotta be kidding. Here I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. Hey, do you know any electronics experts? The transceiver? Oh, Mr. Nick. You should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing. What thing? Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself? That's strange. Sure was making a loud static noise. Maybe... maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, eh? I just kind of assumed that it was kind of on... Because it could have been on his end. Like, too. Like, you gotta admit to that. So what is electromagnetic interference? Something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way. I don't understand what you're talking about. Don't worry about it, kid. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? Huh? Computer? It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Oh, yes, the TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. She seems amazingly happy being able to understand this. So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened. Gotta be something there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something. Is Corita's room bugged? Ah. Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Corita's room, the scene of the murder. What? That's it. I'm gonna sneak into the precinct to get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Yeah, wait, Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! We should be going too, Mr. Nick. Alright, let's go. Alright, we gotta go to the crime scene again. Gotta go to the crime scene. Gotta go through, like, 4 or 5 screens. Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you have the, bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. And suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. On the outside, I mean. So, yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. Didn't say I didn't get one. Just, not the police's. Wow, so this is a bug sweeper? It looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh. Oh. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Me, of course. Seeing this short brings back memories. Wait, you made this? Does it work? Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure looks a little beat up. I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Your heart and soul? It'll work. Trust me, pal. It'll do the job. But? You can't set the sensitivity. So it's gonna beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. But isn't it better that way? Oh, well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, now I tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal. So we're going to find it, right? Right. Now let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press the A button. I don't know what the A button is, but the player will understand. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves, so let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious. Okay, pal? Alright, I'm gonna go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal? Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say. Let's take the receiver apart first before we get ahead of ourselves here. Surely Wright could have just requested an actual police bug sweeper. You know, honestly, with the amount of investigation we do as lawyers, it wouldn't shock me. Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe. So is there a listening device in there? No. And I really thought it had to be in the phone, too. Alright, the case is clean. That's the lamp. I don't think it'd be the... A cell phone. Nope, no bugs in here. A cell phone? What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is. I'm sorry, I've never seen one before. But now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Crane Village. Rose never lived outside of that village, so... I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one. Fair. Wait. Wait, what's this? No. No. Shut up. Yeah, not in the air conditioner. Come on, Nick, let's wash it. I wonder if being a neat freak makes even the tiniest dust bunny look colossal. What? Oh, nothing. That's the TV. Well, that's a lamp. Picks up on every lamp in here. So there's the recording device, the remote. Nothing in the computer. Do you know what a notebook is? Yeah, it's a small book with paper that you can write on, so... Well, that thing is like a notebook in a way. It's basically a small laptop. Oh, no. That's a fridge. Well, it certainly looks like an alarm clock. Why do you look troubled? I just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. It just, sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago. Oh. Well, anyway, it looks like the listening device isn't in here. Heck? Okay. No. Looks like she's forgotten all about looking for the listening device. Is he hiding it in a bag of chips? What's this? It's a small video camera. No listening device in this gizmo. Everyone's trying to make everything smaller and smaller lately, aren't they, Nick? Yeah. Yeah, they are. That's what it seems like. But I want to grow bigger and bigger. Well, eating only vegetables isn't going to help you there. You have to eat meat, too. Well, I mean, you gotta eat protein. I mean, you don't have to... See, I get the feeling it would be in, like, a bear, right? Wow, there's really delicious loaf of bread and... Why does he have a bread machine? Why is there a bread machine in his room? I think keep warm in that case is a little more metaphorical. I mean, there's a hairdryer. A dryer? Oh, if you use it next to a TV, it makes the screen look all weird, right? Yeah. When that happens, it's called electromagnetic interference, right? Hey, good memory, Pearls. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Honestly, she's probably not wrong. Like, it has to be in a spot that you wouldn't think it would be, right? Like, that would make the most sense. Lamp, check. Listening device, nope. There's a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick? Yeah. And they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Do you know that's wasteful? Yeah, I know. Ah, what a lovely bear. Bro! Ah! Yeah, this must be one of those fancy bear-shaped Robo-Pets. Remember when Robo-Pets were a thing? God, I remember. It's a real robot? Yeah, it's a real one. Mr. Nick? Yes? How many horsepowers is it? How many horsies? Horsies? Well, look, it's a bear, so, So nothing in the phones. Nothing in the lamps? What am I missing? The radio? What even is the radio playing? Oh, it's Kid's Question Corner. Professor, why is the Earth round? Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick? Well, why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? What? Like, my intuition says it's in one of these big dumb bears that have been gifted. But, like, I'm not picking up anything off of them. Unless it's, like, something... like a remote? Yeah, there's nothing in there. So I was thinking... Oh, no, that's not how those work. Hey! But if I could... all the people I would give the old mute button to. I don't think it's gonna work on me. Why don't we try it on Maya tomorrow, okay? Okay. Feels like there's something I'm missing. Yeah, we checked the hairdryer, the bread machine, the clock. Oh, what is up here? This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen. Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean. No, not yet. But this bear's eye is... oh, let's see. Perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we got. No, you can't. Such a violent act. Oh. No. Oh. There's a miniature camera. Looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. What a emitter? A transmitter, pal. Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff? So this tiny thing is a camera. Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. Dude, what are you doing being a detective when you can be like a tech guy? Whatever. So it's a video camera. Runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside it is somewhere else. Somewhere else? The footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to that recorder. So, it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know, you're right. Yeah. From 8 p.m. for 1 hour. So that must mean that he knew that he was gonna be there to murder them at that time. How do you set that up, even? So, what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. Looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. You can set it for a certain time? Yep. Let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for an hour. 8 p.m.? That was the time the awards ceremony ended. But there's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I'd guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have had a clear shot on the whole crime, pal. Oh. So there was a camera in the bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. Pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Corita this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible, pal. Video waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh. Is there really no way to find out? I got it! What? Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna go around to the electronic shops and see if I can find out who bought this. That's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Don't lose it. Oh yeah, baby. It's investigation time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! He's gone. Yeah. But Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He really is. I like Gumshoe. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? Ugh. You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal, huh? You are one lucky man, Wright. Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into the country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can you really do that? Mr. Nick, can he really? Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Okay, how does he just snatch just a bear that large? Okay, thanks. He just has it under his arms, like, see you soon, right? Just dragging it out. Wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. Besides that, Wright, until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corrida? The real killer? You really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, Wright. Everything begins with the truth. Juan Carita's real killer. Miss Andrews' past. The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. Ungard. And this card. Shelly the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. Don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. And I think we're gonna wrap it here. Ugh. Wow. What a case. What a case indeed. We got, you know, a whole bunch of crazy stuff going on. Man, that was a time and a half. So yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed tonight's stream. I'm having a lot of fun doing this. We're definitely at an interesting point, I think, and I hope that you guys join me sort of next week in order to check out this case. So, without further ado, if my mouse wheel will stop acting up, I will roll it over to the aftermath. So, what did we learn today? We learned that that Edgeworth can be really harsh, be really, really mean. We learned that voicing goblin characters is extremely fun, even if you do not like that character very much. We also learned that gift bears make the perfect tool to sneak in, you know, espionage equipment. Anyway, thank you for coming out to the Uncle Bandit stream. If you enjoyed streams like this, don't be afraid to leave a follow. If you want to help support the stream, you can also sub and donate. Those things really help me out. If you want to check out any old playthroughs or keep up with any current playthroughs, you can head over to the Uncle Bandit stream archive over on youtube.com. And if you want to keep up with any stream updates, like playthrough announcements, or just see what I'm up to, you can check me out on Twitter at Uncle_Bandit. This has been it from me. This has been Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All, and I hope to see you all next time.